Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Ooh, lucky bug.
Are you being sarcastic or something, my son?
Fool, you should never mix your drinks.
What are you, retarded?
We'll have to take this abuse much longer.
You're a fool! You're a fool! You're a fool!
Oh, that's what we call diarrhea.
You think this is a fucking joke? This ain't Kenny camera. There's no hidden cameras.
Oh shit, I've said fuck, oh fuck, I've said shit!
That's your ass. Get a weapon collector ass.
I could knock him out in the shed.
Are you kidding me? That is crazy.
I'm pissed off. I'm sad. I'm ashamed.
Stop it, please. For God's sake, please stop it. There's no more time.
Is this not why you are here?
Welcome to Weapon Collector's Halloween special live stream. You're about to watch around about 4 hours worth of Halloween content, all horror related. There's plenty of it. What you're going to see tonight are real life stories, ghost investigations, book readings, horror poems, and all 4 of the Spyroverse episodes. Episode 4 being the feature-length episode, brand new, never been seen. That will be the last thing on tonight. So most of the early content will be contributions from other people and Weapon Collector, and then the last maybe hour and a half, I think, will be all of the Spyro Files episodes, and the last 50 minutes will be Spyro Files episode 4. It's never been on yet. This is the one that took Weapon Collector and Metallic Reality about a year to edit. There's a lot of work gone into this. I would like to say thank you to everyone who joined in. There's a couple of bits of content I couldn't add. It would have just been so long, it would have been unbelievable. I reckon it would have been 4.5 hours, which is too long. Maybe nearly 5 at the rate it was going. So I have had to miss out Tactical Pirates, Spyroverse backstory, and Zed Not Z's 4th book. But those will be coming soon. Both of those people do still have content on tonight. You'll get to listen to Tactical Pirates' story he sent in, Woe in the Wendy house, and Zed Not Z's Halloween story he wrote specifically for tonight. Right, thank you everyone. I hope you have a really good fucking Halloween. See you later. Last year, on a cold December night, myself and Metallic Reality decided to go to the Holy Trinity Church at Blytheborough, where the Black Shuck supposedly attacked and killed some people in this church a few hundred years ago. I think it was in the 15th or 17th century. Really interesting place to go. And the evening was quite it was a spooky night. Very, very cold. The sun had just gone down, so you was getting a lovely sort of look to the sky, which you'll see in a minute. And yeah, both basically just did some exploring of the area. I'd never been there before. Don't know if Metallic had. And I'll give you a brief description of the Black Shuck folklore, because it is very interesting. And you may have heard of it. Yeah, I had heard of it myself, but I didn't know specifically where it started. Most of it seems to revolve around the East Anglia area. It is said that if you venture on a night walk along the lonesome lanes and footpaths of Norfolk and Suffolk and its surrounding areas, you could come across a fiendishly dark creature. A huge dog, black and fearsome, foaming at the mouth, with devilish red eyes, could appear suddenly in your path and disappear just as quickly. This is the Black Shuck, a demon dog of which countless folk stories have been told since immemorial, and continue even today. Seeing him could be a warning of impending doom, or it could be that you have a strong guardian watching over you. One of the most notable reports of the Black Shuck is his appearance at the churches in Bungay and Blythburgh in Suffolk. On the 4th of August 1577 at Blythburgh, Black Shuck is said to have burst in through the doors at the Holy Trinity Church to a clap of thunder. He ran up the nave, past a large congregation, killing a man and a boy and causing the church steeple to collapse through the roof. As the dog left, he left scorch marks on the north door, which can be seen at the church to this day. And that is one of the things that me and Metallic will be looking for. And you will see this door, and you can see sort of black marks on it and sort of scratches. I'll come back to that when we get to it. So this church, as far as I'm aware, there's been a church on this land since 654, as far as I'm aware, maybe longer. And it was in 1577 when the Black Shuck story started, and it has gone around many different places. Yeah, the church is really interesting. I've never seen it in the daytime, only visited at night. Really big, so it's quite a big church, quite fascinating to walk around. Very old doors. It is it's fascinating to see. Yeah, has a lot of history. We're coming up to the door now. I think this is the actual door that Black Shuck is supposed to have entered through. And you'll see now as I scroll down, pan down, there are definitely sort of scorch marks and scratches in that door. Yeah, fascinating. So Metallic told me a story about her RE teacher. And she said she thinks it was the teacher's husband, who was a milkman, and he saw the Black Shuck one time, looked it in the eyes, and a few days later a family member died. And that is the kind of stories that you hear in relation to the Black Shuck. But as you can see, luckily we did not see Black Shuck, so we're both here to tell the tale. But it was a very fascinating place to be, very spooky, and I'm glad I went. So I hope you enjoyed it. That is some very basic info on the Holy Trinity Church and the Black Shuck stories. Happy Halloween everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of the videos.
Dark Mountain, otherwise known as Tread Softly, written by Richard Lehman. Beware on your journey, tread softly with care, beware of the hag in her dark mountain lair. Speak only in whispers, don't wander alone, take heed of the shadows, watch out for the crone. She waits and she wants you, she knows you are there, don't wander alone, tread softly with care.
Hiya, so as promised, we're in my haunted house. We've got a cellar, ground floor, bedrooms and attic. I'm going to go down the cellar, see if we can get anything. We're going to do some calling out when we get down there. So I'll just ask now, is anybody with us now? If you can want to contact, whistle or bang. So it touched my ass. Ah, fucking hell. Fucking hell. The residual energy. Fucking residual energy in here. I feel it. It's fucking electric. Fucking hell. I feel weird in here. I can't breathe. We're going to go upstairs and do some spirit box stuff. Is anybody here right now?
Like all the stuff that you might get annoyed at this, you might get annoyed at that.
Annoyed.
Tom Grennan and
Tom.
experience of one man to overall. Please continues.
Continue. Saying continue. Impossible.
Hello, Carlo.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
Oh man, fucking hell. I feel so heavy. I feel so fucking heavy in here. We're going up to the attic. This is feeling really fucking weird. I'm feeling weird up here. We'll do a bit of spirit box. And then...
No, definitely.
Hold on a minute.
Alright, let's play the song.
We're going to do some spirit box.
Drunk.
Drugs. Feeling really heavy. Oh, fucking hell!
£100,000.
Seems to be getting anything. The most activity seems to be down the cellar. Let's go back down to the cellar. The main activity seems to be down the cellar. I'm going to go back down. I don't want to, but this seems to be where the most of the activity is. I'm coming back down. Coming back down. My neck. My fucking neck. Is there a there? Can you see it? Yeah. Fucking hell. Pause. Pause it. There's no woman in the house. Were you murdered in this bathroom? Was you stabbed? Was you strangled in this bathroom? Are you still within this house? Sweet talking woman. Woman. Oh. Never know. Hi. Hi. Oh, fucking hell! So, I'm absolutely bollocks. We've been in here fucking hours and hours. We've had a lot of activity, and I just want to fucking get out of here now. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed it. I probably won't be doing this again because it's fucking terrified me. I've been scratched up by a demon and fucking chased all over this fucking house. So we'll see you later and have a good weekend.
The Explorer, Alan Edward Dupre, and this was in Midnight's Lair by Richard Lehman. One day feeling oh so brave, I went walking in a cave. Now I fear I can't get out. I'll die in here, I have no doubt. I'll mould and turn to slimy bone, here where the sun has never shone, where I'll lie in darkness all alone, here in my tomb of ancient stone. Remember me before you dare to journey into midnight's lair. Remember me and what I write. Here lies one who loved the light, but he was curious and brave. He went walking in a cave.
When living in a shared house in Southampton, I used to get horrible dreams where I was paralysed. Couldn't move or scream, and a large black figure would go across the ceiling, drop down to the end of the bed, crawl over and choke me. One night, my partner noticed I was doing what I do when I have one of these dreams, and instead of waking me up this time, decided to take a photo. After taking the photo, the cat was flung from the bed and pinned to the wall. My partner threatened the entity, telling him to put the cat down and fuck off or she will take her own life and spend all of eternity beating the shit out of it. It slammed the door, and since then my dreams stopped and it never came back. Also, we did have a video and audio of things that happened around the house, but after it stormed off, the laptop and the stuff that was stored on it was fried, and this photo was all that survived because I had it posted.
Can you name the book that this came from? The skies, they were ashen and sober. The leaves, they were crisped and sere. The leaves, they were withering and sere. It was the night in the
Lonesome October
of my most immemorial year.
Yo, hold up there a minute, little Red Riding Witch. The word on the road is that you is running merchandise for that man, Weapon Collector.
So, here's the deal, yeah? How's about you give me what's in that pot, and I don't fucking kill you.
Yeah, but it's too orangey for crows. It's just for me and my dog.
I'll be your dog. Oh, you fucking man, bro. You think you can take a... You big man, big man. I'm begging, no. Keep it down now.
Voices carry. It's gonna be a long night, Garden Witch.
Even ghosts and ghoulies and things like that. Still had a few spooky encounters though. One night a few years ago I worked for a patient transport company, and we were coming back quite late one night through the wilds of the Dorset country lanes. I was driving, turned a corner, and the headlight illuminated something reflective down my bottom left, and as I looked up I distinctly saw an image of a grey elderly lady hunched over, carrying one of those old-fashioned candle holder things that old people used to go to bed with, and straight across in front of me. And I hit the brakes, and I swore a bit. My crewmate went, "What's the matter?" And I told him, and he went, "That's really eerie, isn't it?" "Yeah, I know." I said, "I know what it was. I saw the headlight pick up something reflected, but this image just shot across in front of me. It was that really was quite eerie, quite spooky." On another occasion, I lived in a flat, first floor flat, and the ground floor flat had been empty for a couple of weeks. Peace and quiet, lovely. Until I was woken up one night by the distinct sound of footsteps just walking along the hall downstairs, fairly slowly, and then it just stopped, and there was total silence. I distinctly heard those footsteps, and I can't explain that one. And if that wasn't enough, a few days later I got woken up by the sound of the tap downstairs being run, and it ran quite forcibly and then just stopped. And I did check, and it was all locked up, it was all secured, there was no sound of flooding. Those two I can't explain.
Sad as a cloud when she comes around. She's inside me, yeah. See no one around. She pushes me down without a sound. She's inside me, yeah. She said she wants me on the phone, and you make all of the difference again. Let's say I am a man who understands, a fool only loses. Let's say I am a man who understands, just trying to survive. I say I'm in love, it's never enough. When she's inside me, sailing through time, she's got a smile that lasts for miles. She says she loves me.
She closed his mouth, then pressed a kiss on Oscar's lips. For a few seconds, Oscar saw himself through Eli's eyes, and what he saw was himself. Only much better, more handsome, stronger than what he thought of himself. Seen with love for a few seconds.
Hello, so for Mike, Weapon Collector's Halloween, I've got my trusty assistant to take me back to the haunted house where I had one of two haunted episodes. I've only ever had two, and this will be the first haunted episode. To a friend's house. I told this story on the old channel, and so I'm actually going to take you through and show you the house and give a little talk about what happened. See you when we're there. Okay, so we're near the location. I want to be a bit discreet, so I don't want to obviously go and fill people's houses, and they'll be coming out wondering what I'm doing. So I'll be as discreet as possible. Right, so we're coming onto the street now. See the house with the red watering can? That's the house there, with the rose in the near the window. The bins outside, and that's the front door, the white front door that I flew out of. Flew out of that door onto this road here where I'm walking past now. Out of there, up here, ran up here to this point to see if it was my friend that had come back, and beyond this point here is another path. So I'll just give you a rundown of the layout, and then I'll tell you the story. So I runs along here, realising that my friend had not actually returned, although someone had come in the house. And I run down here in stocking feet, and
as I came down here. He'd walked his girlfriend home, and I got to about here, and down that path there beside those flats, they were just walking up there. So they'd obviously not come in the house. So that's the location. Hold on, just pause it a minute. So that's the back of the house there. There's an extension on it now. There was no extension on it back then. Not that one, it's the next doors, the far one there, the conservatory. Hiya. So again, that's the place, and I'll get back and I'll tell you the story. So I'll put you back on pause. Hiya, I'm back in the car. So the story goes, I'm going to tell it briefly, so I don't want to make the video ages long. When I was 16, my mates, mum and dad was always on holiday. We were punk rockers at the time. You're talking like 85-ish. And we used to stay around at the mate's house. So there's me, the mate who owns the house, his girlfriend, and another mate. I stayed in the house. I even remember what I was watching. They was going to walk the girlfriend home. And I was watching Miami Vice when that used to be on at the time. It used to be on telly, can't remember what day. And so I was sitting there in the kitchen, and as you saw the front door, obviously the kitchen is the other side of the house. So I'm sat in the kitchen watching Miami Vice. I heard the door go open and shut, footsteps upstairs, and walking about upstairs. So an amount of time passes, and I think, fucking hell, what are they doing? They've been ages. You know, it was a silly amount of time for them not to acknowledge that they were back. So I'm shouting up, what you doing? What you doing? You know, all the rest. And so I think, well, I'll go and have a fucking look. I better go and have a look, see what they're doing. So comes out of the kitchen. The stairs was straight the other side of that white door that I filmed. I went upstairs, ran upstairs, went into my mate's bedroom where I thought he was, and there was nobody there. Checked all the top of the house out. There was fucking nobody else in the house. So me realising that obviously no fucking human had done it. It was it had to be paranormal fucking activity. So I come flying down the stairs, no shoes or socks on. I definitely remember having no shoes on. It was absolutely silent it down, dark, about 11 o'clock at night. Ran out of the house onto where I showed you. I mean, I've walked you down it. Straight out of the house and down to where I showed you there. And so told them what had happened. And I already knew that a guy had hung himself out of the loft hatch in that house before they'd bought it. And they'd had the loft hatch sealed up and moved to a different location. So the original loft hatch where it was hung down was all boarded up, and they'd moved it a metre or so away from its original position and had it all blessed and whatnot. And a lot of strange things used to happen in this. We used to always stay in it. Everybody used to be absolutely terrified. And if there were, like I said, we were like a group of really good friends. If there were 5 or 6 of us there, we all used to sleep in the same bedroom. Nobody would fucking sleep anywhere on their own. You were like a pile into one bedroom, and there used to be noises, knocks, fucking bumps, doors opening, all sorts of shit going on. That night I stayed in on my own. I must have just been feeling relaxed and confident
that night, but obviously it fucking backfired on me in a big fucking way. So that is the story in brief, and you've seen the place, the actual place, and everything about it there. So I'm going to pass this on to Mike's for his Halloween ghost story, and that's one of the 2 paranormal experiences to that sort of serious fucking degree that I've ever had in my life. I only had those 2. I had one more, but they was like something and nothing. But they were the 2 main ones. I'm going to do the other one when I was at school, when I was a security guard, but obviously that'll come later. Thank you and happy Halloween.
When I was young, I used to go out and patrol the local woods with my catapult and penknife, like most lads, but I stopped in the later years for many reasons, but some of the things that happened in those woods will haunt me. It was a warm summer day, and like most, I was out in the scrub with my catapult taking pot shots at trees and such, when I freeze. Before me, a fat grey squirrel perched on a branch, looking right at me. Needless to say, I grabbed the biggest ball bearing I had out of my pocket, slowly and sluggishly pulled the elastic of my catapult. Pop. Missed the squirrel. Still for a few good minutes, sprints up a tree. I find the time it took to move odd, think nothing of it. I carry on walking through the bushes like I have the past few months. And not 2 steps in, I hear this thing I can only describe as demonic. It screamed at me. I hear the leaves shake and bushes in front of me move. I sprint backwards as this thing snarled at me. I legged it and hop over a fence. This beast, letting out another scream. I'll admit that I was terrified. I was standing in the middle of a country lane, a good 3 foot away from the tree line. And then I realised something, the thing, I couldn't see it. And not like in the Predator, where you could make out its presence. I could hear this thing, but I couldn't see it. I'm not proud to admit that I fucking ran as fast as I could till I made it home. Since that fateful day, I have returned to the patch of woods with my girlfriend. And what we found was weird, like proper Blair Witch shit. She is the only other person I've told. But over the past few years, I began to trust you lot, and I don't care if you lot believe me or not. What I saw happened. I'll never go back to that patch of woods alone now, and never unarmed. I haven't been there in a few years now, but I plan to soon. and I want to record it, put my mind at rest. Stay safe out there in the woods. Some weird shit's going on in them. Lewis.
From the book Hideaway, Part 1, Just Seconds from a Clean Getaway. Life is a gift that must be given back, and joy should arise from its possession. It's too damn short, and that's a fact. Hard to accept this earthly procession. To final darkness is a journey done, circle completed, work of art sublime, a sweet melodic rhyme, a battle won.
Good evening, and welcome to my hometown of Dunstable in Bedfordshire, just on the northern side of the Chiltern Hills. I don't film here much because, to be honest, these days it's all a bit noisy, as you can tell down there, and yeah, it's just turned into a bit of a shithole lately, so I don't really film in town. But for Mike's Halloween special, I thought I'd tell the story of 3 of its ghosts, because it's got millions of ghosts, this town. It's 900 years old as a founded town. To be honest, it goes back thousands and thousands of years before that. So the first story is that of Sally the Witch. And we're here at the Priory Church of St. Peter, which dates from 1125. Let's just pop round the front and I'll show you a bit of that before I tell you about Sally. It's a really nice old church. I used to actually ring the bells up there in the tower. That was my Saturday job. It was well paid for a 12-year-old. My mum and dad were married here. It's a really nice place. Now, Dunstable, as Dunstable, was founded in 1105 by Henry I, King Henry I. Previously to that, the Romans were here. There was Bronze Age settlements, Neolithic settlements, Mesolithic settlements. As long as people have been in the south of England, they've been living here in Dunstable. By 1125, King Henry had founded an enormous Augustinian priory on this site. Now most of it's gone now. Henry VIII got rid of it in his dissolution of the monasteries, and he divorced one of his wives in there. But this used to be enormous. It used to cover most of what is now Dunstable town centre. Looking off into town there, sorry sight that it is. This monastery, this priory, used to cover pretty much the whole of the centre of Dunstable. But by 1125, King Henry I had built all this. 2 ghosts that I know of. There's Prior Cuthbert, who was a medieval prior who lived here at the priory. He's said to be seen. Let's get some light on the situation. Hang on, I've got my torch. He's said to be seen. Oh, come on, where's the button gone? It's not good in the dark, is it? Right, there you go. Prior Cuthbert is said to be seen wandering around the church quite regularly, 8 times a day. Now, it's presumed that that's some sort of ritual that he's performing, but a very regular ghost. We're here to talk about Sally the Witch. Now, Sally was a local wise woman. This is going back about 600 years. Sally was a local wise woman. She was a healer and a midwife and a fortune teller, and she was very popular. Everybody liked her. She was very useful for the community. But one day she acquired a stray tom, a big black cat. who she took on as her pet and her familiar. But this cat started to teach her the ways of the black arts. Things started going a bit wrong for Sally. When things started going wrong for the people that she was supposed to be helping, they pretty soon turned on her and accused her of witchcraft. Now, as much as poor old Sally protested her innocence, nobody knows how innocent she was or not. We'll never know for sure. She protested her innocence, but she was still tried, she was found guilty, and she was burned at the stake, somewhere here in the town centre. I know where the stocks are, just over the crossroads there. I wouldn't mind betting that she was burnt somewhere close to that site. She didn't go quietly though. As she burned, she was screaming and cursing, and she condemned all of her accusers and all of her judges, and she swore that her spirit had returned and cursed the town for eternity. So once Sally was nothing more than a slightly crumbly, probably Sunday roasty smelling little pile of ashes, the townspeople decided that the best thing they could do after she cursed them in the flames, they decided the best thing they could do was try and capture her spirit and trap it in a bottle. And they did that. They gathered up the ashes, and a priest gave some sort of speech that meant that her malevolent soul would always be confined to those ashes in that bottle, and they buried it somewhere here in the grounds of the Priory Church. And still to this day, buried somewhere in this churchyard, is a bottle containing the soul of Sally the Witch. And by the curse that she placed on the town, if that bottle's ever disturbed, if it's ever dug up, and certainly if it's ever opened, Sally the Witch is going to be back. Now, I've got a slight theory on that, because Dunstable isn't the pretty little market town that it once was. I reckon that at some point over the years, that bottle's been unearthed. Somebody doing a bit of maintenance in the yard has hit it with their pickaxe, and Sally came out, and she's turned Dunstable into the fucking shithole that it is these days. And in fact, people took that curse so seriously that in the 1850s the town was in uproar, because the rector of the time was so terrified of unearthing Sally's witch bottle with her soul in it and releasing a curse upon the town, he refused to carry out any maintenance work in the churchyard and the grounds. The gravestones were falling over, the grass was shoulder high, it was getting full of brambles and young saplings that shouldn't be there. It was in a terrible state, and the townspeople were really upset with it. Eventually he conceded, and they raised a bit of money as a town and got it all tidied up and put back in order. But it just goes to show how seriously that curse has been taken over the years. Thus the churchyard goes to ruin, graves and fences getting worse, everyone devoutly wishing not to free the bottled curse. Well, that's the story of Sally the Witch then. That's the oldest of the three ghost stories from about 600 years ago. Now we're going to scoot forward in time to 1965 and have a look at the terrifying hauntings that occurred at number 49 Edward Street. My book on Haunted Dunstable shows these two photos of what it says to be the original house on the site of 49 Edward Street. Now, it's been demolished and rebuilt at some point, but what I'm looking at there is exactly that. Either it was never demolished, and that's just an embellishment to go with the story of the hauntings in there, or that book's got it wrong and it printed a picture of the current building stating it as the pre-demolition original one. Anyway, let's not stand around pointing cameras at people's houses. We'll go and sit in the car and I'll tell you about what went on there. Of the 3 stories I've got, I think it's the scariest. That's better. I hate filming in town. Just driven out of town a little bit. Let's tell you about the ghosts at 49 Edward Street then. 49 Edward Street then was built in the 1850s, just outside, just to the west of the town centre. Part of the Victorian development that went on at that time. Now it remained as a single dwelling until the 1960s, when it was split into an upper and lower flat. And that seems to be when weird things started to occur. In 1965, a young couple and their baby, called the Haywoods, they moved into the upstairs flat. And very soon after moving in, they were disturbed to find that they had a grey-haired old man in old-fashioned clothes, as they described it, standing at the foot of the bed and watching them during the night. This obviously scared the bejesus out of them, and they decided that they wanted to move into the downstairs flat. So they spoke to the landlord and arranged to do that, and they moved downstairs. And actually, it turned out that by moving downstairs, they weren't doing too badly. Other than the constant sound of footsteps on the floorboards above, even though they knew nobody was up there, and their dog constantly sitting at the bottom of the staircase, growling and looking up at the door that goes into the upper flat. Living on the ground floor, they were actually okay. And about a year later, some friends of theirs, the Ailes family, some friends of theirs decided that they might like to take the upstairs flat. I don't know whether or not the Haywoods had warned them about that flat, or whether they were going in with the knowledge or not of what they were letting themselves in for. But they moved in, and they very quickly also started to see the grey-haired old man in old-fashioned clothes. And they also reported a lady in Edwardian dress doing the same as him, standing at the foot of the bed and looking at them during the night. Anyway, it didn't take much more of that, and they were all off. They'd had enough. They'd both had their fair share of the goings-on up on the top floor. They all moved out, and as the story goes, it remained empty. Nobody else wanted to live there. I think at the time Dunstable was a very small, tight little town. I think it would have been probably quite well known about what was going on in that flat, and nobody else wanted to live there. So it sat empty, and it went derelict eventually, until in the 1980s, apparently it was demolished. And in its place, they built a newer building, which was multiple flats. But, as we just saw back there at the beginning of the video, the building shown in that book, claiming to be the original building, is exactly the same, other than slightly extended to the side, you might have noticed, over what's now a driveway through to a rear car park. It's the same building, so whether or not it was ever demolished, maybe it wasn't, maybe that was just part of the story, or maybe that book just got his photographs mixed up, or put the wrong text next to it or something. But anyway, that building standing there does look to be the original one, I think. And all the time that that building sat there derelict, all the way through presumably the 1970s and into the 1980s, the neighbours reported that the lights would be switched on and off. At night time, they'd see the lights going on and off behind the windows. Now the building was all boarded up, and the power, the gas, the water, everything had been cut. It was a dead building, just an empty shell. And yet, you know, for a further decade or so at least, the neighbours were reporting that lights were going on and off in the building very mysteriously. Now, as for an explanation, possibly, something I came across that might explain why these strange activities were going on in that house. There were apparently in the immediate vicinity 5 very deep wells which go down to the chalk aquifer underneath all these hills around me. It's all chalk under here. So all over the town centre centuries ago there were wells dug through to get to the clean water. Now there was 5 in the immediate vicinity of that place, and I know from looking at old historical maps in the past that that little area, before the houses were built there in Victorian times, it was kind of a little industrial place. There was a few breweries, 2 or 3 breweries, maybe more. Let this traffic go past. I chose the wrong spot, didn't I? Right. There was a number of breweries around there, and also whiting works, which is where the lime from the chalk pits was processed and mixed and all the rest of it. So, as we all know, hauntings are associated with underground water. And a lot of spiritual sites are also connected to underground water, and particularly where it came out of the ground in the form of springs. So that might have some bearing on the strange occurrences there. There might be some sort of weird energy or something coming up from those wells, which are underneath the buildings and under people's gardens and car parks. It could well be. And also, of course, those breweries and whiting works and whatever else was dotted around there, there could have been tanneries, there could have been all sorts. Who knows what sort of industrial accidents, what sort of domestic murders and disputes went on there over the years. It's a very old part of town, and there are a lot of ghosts within that little sort of radius of the town centre. Anyway, that's 49 Edward Street. One of the scarier ones, because it's a house. You know, you're not scared of a witch buried in a churchyard, because you don't have to go to the churchyard. When you hear about a haunted house, it gets you a little bit more scared, doesn't it? Just in case it could be yours as well. We're a couple of miles out of town now, on Station Road in the village of Stanbridge. We're here for ghost number 3, which is a story of a phantom hitchhiker. It's a reasonably quiet little road now, but there did used to actually be a station down there. The train tracks are long, long gone now. They've been gone for decades. But back on the 12th of October in 1979, there was a local carpet fitter who lived on the same estate that I grew up on. Which is why I decided to cover this ghost, because although it's technically seen in a village just down the road from Dunstable, the bloke who saw the ghost lived just round the corner from where I grew up. And after he had this experience, he went running screaming to a pub, which is a pub I need to go and show you a bit later. Roy Fulton was a carpet fitter, and he'd been over in Leighton Buzzard playing at a darts tournament, and he was driving home late in the evening in his little Austin mini estate van, and he saw a figure walking along the side of the road. So he pulled over and asked if he wanted a lift, guessed that he was going to either Toddington or Dunstable, because that's all that there is in that direction. And the figure got into the car, sat down next to Roy. It's starting to rain, I'm going to get in. Sat down next to Roy. And Roy said, "Where are you off to, mate? Where do you want to go?" And this figure didn't say a word, it just pointed forward. Obviously Roy thought that that was a little bit odd, that this person who just got into the passenger seat next to him wasn't speaking at all. He just pointed forward. And you know, Roy noticed this. It was pretty unusual, but he thought, well, okay, the guy doesn't seem to be off his face on drugs or anything. He's reasonably well dressed. I think he said that he was wearing dark trousers, a white collared shirt and a black jumper. By today's standards, that's kind of sort of standard office dress, really, isn't it? He said the only slightly odd thing about this person was that he had a very long, pale face. He said that in particular stood out as being slightly unnerving. He sat in silence, pointed forward, and Roy just carried on driving. He said to him, "Okay, mate, all right, well, you know, just say when and I'll drop you off." Now, this awkward silence started getting a bit much for Roy, so he got a packet of fags out of his pocket and offered one to his passenger. The passenger didn't respond, so Roy turned round to look at him, and the passenger had disappeared. Roy slammed his brakes on, looked in the back of his little minivan. No one there. He jumped out, looked around the vehicle, nobody around, the door hadn't opened, the windows were closed. He couldn't figure out what had gone on. He was terrified, and he drove, I think in his own words, like a bat out of hell to the local pub back where I grew up and where he lived. I probably can't do the story justice. I was very, very pleased to find a little clip I'm about to show you in a minute. You can't really get any better testament to the story than from Roy Fulton himself. I hope you don't get in trouble for copyright, me putting this on your video, Mike. Watch this.
There was a figure bumming a lift on a street light down here on the left hand side. I'll stop just down here and let you see where it is. So we're there now. I thought myself he could either be going to Tottenham or Dunstable. So I thought myself I'd give the lad a lift. He actually walked back into the headlights of the van. He opened the van door, he got in, sat down. I asked him where he wanted to go, and all he said was, well, he never said a word, he just pointed up the road. I started the van up, drove off, never made no conversation. It was just about now, I leant forward, picked up me packet of cigarettes. In fact, it was just about here. Turned round to offer the lad one, and that man or boy was not sitting there. And, well, I just frightened the life out of me. I turned round and had a look in the back, and I realised that he wasn't in there, because by this time I had switched the interior light on. And by this time I was just sort of panicking. And I just put it in first gear and I went like a bat out of hell.
And the sanctuary he headed for was his local pub, the Glider. Landlord Bill Stone remembers Fulton coming in, shaking and white as a sheet.
He said to me, give us a large Scotch quick. I said, have you seen a ghost or what? He said, yeah,
Bugger off, Jonesy.
A ghost, that's not silly. Yes, I've seen a ghost.
He insisted that we had to go down the police station because he thought if anybody had got hurt or whatever it was, you know, he'd rather find out about it then, you know, than another day. And, I mean, when we got home, it was still on his mind. And, in fact, we slept with all the lights on because he was so convinced that it would, I don't know why, that it would come home, follow him home.
There's obviously someone got in that motor. Do not denote at this day what it was.
There you go, a first-hand account from Mr. Fulton himself. I'm sure he did a much better job of it than I could. And behind me there is the pub that he fled to, the Glider. Now, I know that pub very well because I grew up on this particular estate. It's one of those horrible, crappy, flat-roofed estate pubs. It's an absolute dive, and they actually barred me in there about 30 years ago because I was cheating on the pub quiz. This was before the days of mobile, well, we had mobile phones just about, but it was long before we had smartphones. So I was sitting there with 3 copies of the Encyclopedia Britannica on my lap under the table and they caught me. Yeah, not a pub worth bothering with. I think the only reason I used to go in there was because I used to live in that flat right there. Apparently, in the years following that incident, Roy never deviated from his story. The number of times he was interviewed and all the, I think he made it into the Sunday Express, and he was on Arthur C. Clarke's World of Mysterious Powers at one point. They did a feature on the story. He never deviated at all. He always stuck to his original version of the story. Unfortunately, he died in 2002, I think. He was only aged 49. But he died in 2002, so any information on that we've already got. We're not going to get any more. Actually, just behind me there, while I'm at it, that down there, can you see it? Local Offie it's called. That is the best off licence in Dunstable. I'm just going to pop in. Little Halloween treat. I've got a bottle of cherry chouffe, which is, I think that's about 9%. Oh, it's 8%. You wouldn't know it though, don't taste 8% at all. It's beautiful Belgian stuff. And I've not had this one before. It's a Grimbergen double. Don't know what to expect with that, but I like to get these little special bottles and try them out. Right, hope you enjoy the rest of Mike's Halloween special. and I hope you enjoyed those 3 ghosts. I'll see you later.
Good day mate, get yourself a Weapon Collector pint glass today, only £11 and 16 pence, you'd be a fool not to. Only the highest quality sand goes into making these glasses. Are you right-handed, or left-handed, maybe you only have feet? You can hold this glass any way you like, hold it with your cock, if you're that way inclined. Get in quickly, this pint glass has already sold 10,000 units in Australia alone. You've seen how much Weapon Collector likes his drink, now check out his mate Jim, he's real hardcore.
After a hard day's graft, nothing quite relaxes me. Like a nice cold pint of vodka. God dear. So don't be an arse. Get a Weapon Collector glass.
Good evening. Tonight, on Tales from the Spyroverse, we'll tell you the cautionary tale of Monty the dog. A dog who was found in a house completely covered in gore. All the walls had pyrographic pictographs drawn on them, and the pup in question was found covered in blood, and no remains of his owners were ever found. To this day, Monty the dog won't go near spirographs because spirographs are bad.
One day we were doing spirographs and we asked Monty, would you like to do a spirograph with us? No, spirograph. Monty says you can fuck right off with your spirograph bullshit. No, spirograph. Fuck off, D-man. Or is it a Desmond?
I'd like to tell you the kids kept up the good game that Monty did a spirograph, but life in the Spyroverse isn't a fairy tale.
Oh, spirographs. No, spirograph.
This is a story told to me by a friend when his family used to have a holiday home in southern France. They'd often spend the school holidays there and be back in the UK for the rest of the year. Apparently property used to be, not sure if it still is, really cheap there, as lots of it's no longer used for farming. So the families sell the houses and land off cheaply to move to the cities or bigger towns. Anyway, they bought a large cottage with a fair bit of land, and after moving in, while being gifted some moonshine, the local French farmers made eau de vie, or water of life, they were told. The house they had bought was actually one where the farmer had hung himself in the attic, and that the family had then sold the house after the inquest, as they didn't want anything to do with the house and just wanted the money. Apparently the house was lovely in the day, but very spooky at night. They would most often hear footsteps in the upstairs hallway leading to the bedrooms and attic. You'd either hear them in a bedroom or hear them downstairs on the ceiling above you. Similarly, there was sometimes a loud bang like a chair or cabinet being knocked over in the attic, but never anything was found. They didn't store furniture up there, so it wasn't possible to be any of their stuff being knocked over. My friend speculated it was a repeat of the farmer jumping from a stool with the noose around his neck. The scariest thing I was told is that a few times family members would wake up in various bedrooms and feel like they were being watched. They would see a shadow in the corner staring at them while breathing heavily. As soon as you flicked the light on, the shadow would vanish and the noises would stop. They mostly put it down to nightmares. As most of the family saw it, or heard it, on different occasions, they eventually felt it more threatening. The other one I remember, which seems to be both paranormal and a bit extraterrestrial, is they said now and then you would hear a tapping on the window, and a crow or an owl would be staring at you, knocking on the window as if to be let in. No idea how much of this is real, or just a good, scary ghost story. As I obviously didn't experience it myself. However, as they were told before any experiences about the suicide, it may have made them more susceptible to seeing and hearing things. Death in the Night by Z Not Z. The crescent moon shone through the trees as a black-clad figure moved along the woodland path, dragging a large and heavy sack behind it. The figure paused, taking some deep breaths and trying to cool down a bit. The summer night was warm, and he'd been dragging the sack behind him for over a mile. After several minutes, the figure gave a sigh and carried on with his journey. At least there's not much further to go now, he muttered. Soon be there. 10 minutes later, he had arrived at his destination. The victim's house stood in a large clearing, and he quickly scanned the open area around it to make sure no one was about who could spot him. Finally satisfied that he was alone, he moved silently, apart from the noise the sack made as he dragged it behind him. Finally satisfied he was alone, he moved silently, apart from the noise of the sack as he dragged it behind him towards the front door. Laying the sack upright against the wall, he tried to open the door but found it was locked. Thought so, he said quietly to himself, and pulled out a set of lockpicks. It took him less than a minute to deal with the lock, and he carefully pushed the door open. Then he silently stepped through it. Inside it was rather dark, and it took his eyes a few seconds to adjust. Once they had, he spotted the staircase and moved carefully towards it. Then, pulling an 8-inch chef's knife from his belt, he started to climb upwards one step at a time, testing each step for creaks before he put his full weight on them. Having successfully reached the upper floor landing without making any noise, the figure stepped into the short passageway and, still moving as quietly as he could, opened the first door he came to. This turned out to be a bathroom. Disappointed, he started to close the door, which gave a sudden squeak. Instantly, the figure froze, but after 30 seconds, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the squeak hadn't been heard. Drat, a wretched thing, he muttered, frightening me like that. I nearly dirtied myself. After taking a minute to steady his nerves, he continued to the only other door. Listening carefully, he heard the faint sound of snoring coming from within the room. Good, he thought. He's still asleep. After carefully turning in the doorknob, he slowly pulled the door open, wary of any unexpected squeaks. Luckily, the door's hinges on this one were well oiled, and the door opened silently. Crossing the room on tiptoes, the black-clad figure gazed down at a much smaller figure laying in a bed. He was laying on his back with his mouth open, snoring gently. Each snore ended with an unpleasant sort of oink noise, and a dribble of saliva ran down one corner of his mouth to soak into the pillow beneath. Well, that's pretty disgusting, the black-clad figure thought to himself. Bending over, he gently pulled the bedclothes back, and carefully picking his target, he brought the knife downwards. The blade sank into his victim's body, just below the sternum. He yanked the blade viciously sideways, slicing open his victim to the groin. His victim had woken and given a horrible screaming sort of squeal as soon as the blade pierced him. Now he desperately tried to stuff his insides back into the gaping wound, while shrieking in agony. The noise irritated his attacker, and with an annoyed tone he cried, "Oh, be quiet, you noisy little swine." Quickly, he put his palm over his victim's mouth, before sawing the knife's blade quickly back and forth across the still struggling victim's throat. A ghastly gurgling noise, which the black-clad figure found moderately revolting, took over from the shrieking. However, the sound didn't last long, and his victim gave one last spasm, and died with a horrible gurgle. The figure in black looked down on his victim's corpse with an expression of satisfaction on his face. "Well, Piglet, that's taught you for giving me marmalade for my birthday," said Winnie the Pooh. "Fucking marmalade indeed. I mean, do I look like I come from sodding Peru? Have you ever seen me wearing a horrible old hat and a stupid duffel coat? No, you bloody well haven't." Then, after giving Piglet's corpse one more stab for good measure, he turned and left the room, shutting the door and making sure he wiped his paw prints from the doorknob. Once downstairs, he quickly exited the house and once again wiped his prints from the front door's knob. Then he went to the large sack and opened it. Inside was the unconscious body of Tigger. Quickly, Pooh removed the sack and smiled. "Sorry about this, old fellow," he said, "but you're the ideal patsy, as they say in America land, I think it's called. After all, everyone knows you stripy bastards are vicious things." And after wiping his prints from the knife, he put it into Tigger's hand. The knife fell from Tigger's limp hand and fell to the ground beside him. Good enough, Pooh thought. Then he pulled a large bottle of mead from his pocket and poured 2/3 of it over Tigger. Then he took a good swig of the mead, proclaimed it to be good stuff, and promptly dropped it by accident. The bottle hit the ground, the rest of the mead poured out and was wasted. "Bother," said Pooh, "that's a shame. Oh well, never mind, I've got plenty more hidden away at home." Then he pulled a syringe from another pocket and jabbed the needle into Tigger's arm. "There you go, that should keep you asleep till morning," he said. Then picking up the sack, he headed back into the trees and so to home. The next day, Rabbit was taking his usual early morning walk and was just passing Piglet's house when he noticed that Piglet's front door was open, with Tigger leant beside it. As the day was already quite warm, he thought he'd see if Piglet could spare him a chilled glass of orange or lemonade. After all, he thought, if the door's open and Tigger's visiting him, he must already be up. But as he came closer, he suddenly smelt the odour of alcohol that was emanating from Tigger. "Pissed as a fart," Rabbit muttered disgustedly. Then a thought occurred to him. They must have had a party, and they didn't invite me, the bastards. "I'll speak to Piglet about that," he said angrily. Charging into the house, he called out loudly, "Hey, Piglet, I want a word with you." There was no answer. "I said I want a word with you," Rabbit shouted even louder. There was still no answer. "I bet the little coward is hiding under his bed," Rabbit said to himself. "Well, I'll just see about that," and headed upstairs. Reaching the landing, he made the same mistake as Pooh and opened the bathroom door first. Discovering his mistake, he slammed it shut. This time the squeak was quite loud. "Needs oiling, that does," Rabbit murmured. Then he moved quickly to the second door and flung it open. "Right, you little sod, why wasn't I invited to—" he started to shout. Then he noticed Piglet's corpse. With great rapidity, he disposed of his breakfast all over Piglet's carpet, then turned and fled out the house, his stomach giving more heaves as he ran to Christopher Robin's house. Later that day, Christopher Robin sat in the role of judge during Tigger's trial. As Rabbit's testimony was quite damning, and Tigger's only defence was that the last thing he remembered of the night was being woken up by a small prick in his bottom. At this, Baby Ruth sniggered and got told off in no certain terms by Kanga. The result was never in doubt. Owl, acting for defence, caused Pooh a moment of apprehension by saying that Tigger had no reason to harm Piglet, and so it must have been someone else. However, a quick-thinking Pooh managed to confuse him by shouting, "You're right, it must have been the squirrels what done it," whereupon Owl went off on one about the wickedness of squirrels, and how when an innocent person was having a quiet nap on a branch, the wicked things would creep up behind them and shout "hello" very loudly to make them jump. "And what they do with their nuts is just plain disgusting," he finished. Luckily, this confused everyone, and so no notice was taken of Owl from that moment on. And so, taking a black piece of cloth, which he'd cut from one of his mother's old dresses, which he ended up in trouble for, and placing on his head, Christopher Robin condemned Tigger to death. Secretly, he was quite pleased by the verdict. He'd always wanted to see what a hanging was like. Later that day, just before Christopher Robin had to go to bed, the sentence was carried out. Christopher Robin found the whole thing so exciting that he decided he wanted to be a hangman when he grew up. As he walked away from Tigger's dangling corpse, Pooh smiled inwardly. Oh, that was easy. Al gave me a nasty moment there, though. Maybe he could accidentally fall off a branch and break his neck. That should be easy to arrange, and everyone else will blame the squirrels for it after his rant about them. A few steps more, and another thought occurred to him. Christopher Robin will be going away to the big boys' school soon, won't he? Well now, that makes things interesting. Perhaps Rabbit could have an unfortunate meeting with one of those ferrety stoat things, and Eeyore might get inventive with his tail and hang himself with it out of depression. That would surprise no one. A big grin suddenly spread across his face. It's so useful being thought of as a bear with a little brain. No one ever suspects you. So today, the 100-acre wood, tomorrow the world, he thought happily. If this story has any morals at all, which it probably doesn't, they would be these. 1. Be careful with what presents you give people, and 2. If you like to collect soft toys and keep them in your bedroom, it might be a good idea to keep sharp instruments out of their reach and lock them securely in a cupboard at night. After all, they may look cute and cuddly sat there, but you don't know what they're thinking about, do you?
As a sole survivor, the sky is deep, the sky is dark. The light of stars is so damn stark. When I look up, I fill with fear. If all we have is what lies here, this lonely world, this troubled place, then cold dead stars and empty space. Well, I see no reason to persevere, no reason to laugh or shed a tear, no reason to sleep or even to wake, no promises to keep and none to make. And so at night I still raised my eyes to study the clear but mysterious skies that arch above us, as cold as stone. Are you there, Gid? Are we alone?
Hey there, Mike, everyone else. I'm gonna read a selection from a book I wrote called Death and Global Folktales. It's an old ghost tale, but hopefully it's one you're not familiar with. And you're probably not. You are going to see why. Nukinguasik, who escaped from the Tupilak, Native American Inuit. Nukinguasik, it is said, had land in a place with many brothers. When the brothers made a catch, they gave him meat for the pot. He himself had no wife. One day he rowed northward in his kayak, and suddenly he took it into his head to row over to a big island, which he had never visited before and now wished to see. He landed and went to look up at the land, and it was very beautiful there. And there he came upon the middle one of his many brothers, busy with something or other down in a hollow, and whispering all the time. So he crawled stealthily towards him, and when he had come closer, he heard him whispering these words: "You are to bite Nukinguasik to death. You are to bite Nukinguasik to death." And then it was clear that he was making a Tupilak, and stood there now telling it what to do. But suddenly Nukinguasik slapped him on the side and said, "But where is this Nukinguasik?" And the man was so frightened at this that he fell down dead. And then Nukinguasik saw that the man had been letting the Tupilak sniff at his body, and the Tupilak was now alive and lay there sniffing. But Nukinguasik, being afraid of it, went away without trying to harm it. Now he rode home, and there the many brothers were waiting in vain for the middle one to return. At last the day dawned, and still he had not come, and daylight came, and then they were preparing to go out in search of him. The eldest said, "Nukinguasik, come with us. We must search for him." And so Nukinguasik went with them. But as they found nothing, he said, "Would it not be well to go and make search of that island where no one ever goes?" And having gone on to the island, Nukinguasik said, "Now you can go and look on the southern side." When the brothers reached the place, he heard them cry out, and the eldest said, "O wretched one, why did you ever meddle with such a thing as this?" And they could be heard weeping all together about the dead man. And now Nukinguasik went up to them, and there lay the Tupilak, still alive, and nibbling at the body of their brother. But the brothers buried him there, making a mound of stones above him, and then they went home. That's the story, and here's my note about it. A Tupilok is an undead creature created by dark magic to wreak vengeance upon an enemy. It is a Frankenstein monster of sorts, being made out of animal and human bones. Adding an item that was related to the intended victim helped.
Dragon Tears, Part 1, This Old Honky Tonk of Fools. Rush headlong and hard at life, or just sit at home and wait. All things good and all things... no, bollocks. Rush headlong and hard at life, or just sit at home and wait. All things good and all the wrong will come right to you, it's fate. Hear the music, dance if you can. Dress in rags or wear your jewels. Drink your choice, nurse your fear in this old honky tonk of fools.
I was in grade 12 high school. I had an interest in historical studies, particularly Victorian. Through my co-op placement, I worked at Dundurn Castle. That was really a glorified mansion estate. The first day was an adventure itself, but that's another story. I worked in the office there for about 5 months. And then when the summer began, I was hired as a tour guide, full costume. It was late autumn and the security guards were on strike. So as staff, I volunteered for the late shift, 11 PM to 5 AM. There was just me and this older girl, who I called Gia. She was about 20, and I did have a crush on her. I was upstairs in the study. She was at the bottom of a spiral staircase reading a book. There was a thunderstorm outside, and the old grandfather clock had just chimed midnight. I was seated at a desk, working, and I was in full costume and writing with a feather pen. I was actually thinking of a good way to ask her out. Suddenly, I felt an icy chill run down my spine and into my soul. Then I heard the chattering of teeth, a few feet behind me, and then right next to my ear. Yes, it sounded like the chatterer from the movie Hellraiser. I couldn't move. I was frozen with fear. As well as the literal temperature drop, I could see my breath. It was like thick white clouds as it became so cold. Then an icy wind shot past me and to my left, and I thought it was gone. As I slowly turned my head, the double doors to the room started to open, and then slammed shut repeatedly and very fast. Then it stopped. I caught my breath and began to get up when I heard Gia at the bottom of the stairs start screaming. I managed to shake off the cold stiff feeling and ran to the top of the stairs. All I saw was Gia, still in her Victorian maid outfit, being thrown around like a rag doll in a pinball machine. She was about 5 foot off the floor, twirling around in mid-air on her back. I was in shock, but I managed to run down the stairs and lunge at whatever was hurting her. As I jumped, I passed through this huge shadow, and it was like jumping through a layer of cold water. I heard a deep growl, and it started to dissolve on the floor. I went to see if Gia was okay. She screamed for me not to touch her, and as she did, she deeply scratched me across the chest. She was really banged up. I immediately phoned the police. They arrived very quickly, and one of them took a sample of the grey gel that was slowly evaporating on the floor. They were about to arrest me because they thought I assaulted her. She finally managed to whisper, "It wasn't him, it was someone else." On her face you could see the huge bruise that was now a big welt, the slap mark of something with claws a lot bigger than my hand. I never heard from the police again. Neither of us went back ever again. It was such a shock that after a few months I saw a large white streak in my hair that I still dye to this day. The doctors say it was from stress. The scar on my chest is almost gone now. About 3 years after the incident, I was on a wine tour in the Niagara region, and there was a group of nuns selling baked goods and handing out pamphlets in front of a wine estate, and I recognised the youngest as Gia from the castle. She said, James, you and I both know there is evil down here. And if there are demons down here, then there must be the opposite up in heaven.
Absolutely phenomenal deal we have for you. Forecast is one of the top-selling mugs ever. Straight from the WC collection. Amazing nuances of color. One of a kind. Left or right-handed. This is a one-of-a-kind mug only sold at the WC merch store. Now at only £9.99. Worth at least £199. Never burn your mouth again. Keeps hot drinks hot and cold drinks cold. Do you like water? This mug even makes plain water taste better. It's unbelievable. Do not miss out on this absolutely stunning piece. Can hold water, tea, coffee, all liquids. Not piss, or diarrhea though, so don't even try it. Available worldwide in all the colors. £9.99. Get in early. These are selling out like Viagra at an old folks' home. Get yours now. Link is in the description. We have 1 million of these mugs in stock right now. Do not miss out.
My name is Don. I bought this mug to support Weapon Collector, but it actually made me the coolest person in my village. Women are all over me now. I'm like sex on legs to them after buying that mug. It's fucking insane. I highly recommend it. Do not miss out, it will change your life.
Yesterday upon the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. When I came home last night at 3, the man was waiting there for me. But when I looked, I couldn't see him there at all. Go away, don't come back here anymore. Go away, and please don't slam the door. Last night I saw upon the stair a little man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away.
Woe at the Wendy House by Tactical Pirate, read by Weapon Collector. What you are about to hear is based on a true story. As the moon crept higher in the night, casting an eerie glow over the abandoned Wendy House, a shiver ran down Weapon Collector's spine. His heart pounded, echoing in his ears, as he stepped in and cautiously made his way through the maze of empty cans towards the shimmering portal. Just as he began to wonder if he had been lured into some twisted nightmare, his eyes caught a flicker of movement. A Spyro demon emerged from the shadows, his gleaming body with an ethereal glow. "You've made it this far, Weapon Collector," he said, his voice resonating like a melody. "But the true test awaits." Suddenly, metallic reality appeared, her weapon ready, a mischievous glint in her eye. "You don't scare us. We're here to banish the horrors of the Spyroverse once and for all." She twirled her Witcher sword expertly, ready to do battle. The Spyro demon chuckled, a sound that sent chills down their spines. "Very well then. Let the battle commence," he declared. With a swift movement, he summoned a horde of horrifying creatures dressed in tree camo, their grotesque forms snarling with malice. Weapon Collector, Metallic Reality and the Spyro demon fought fiercely, their weapons clashing with a symphony of steel. Blood pumped through their veins, their excitement and determination erasing any fear that lingered. The sister swords, however, were unmatched in speed and power, causing the Spyro demon to falter. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the Wendy house as a Spyro demon was struck down, dissolving into shimmering particles. A fading, ethereal voice was heard. "You've changed, bro." Metallic Reality and Weapon Collector looked at each other, panting heavily, their triumph tinged with surprise. Surely it wasn't him. It couldn't be. "We did it," Metallic murmured, a smile spreading across her face. "We banished the bastard like we promised." Weapon Collector nodded, relief washing over him. "We make a great team, don't we?" Metallic Reality chuckled. "The best." As they walked out of the Wendy house, their friendship forged in battle, they felt an overwhelming sense of victory and belonging. The horrors of the Spyroverse were no more. Or are they?
This is an excerpt from Lacey's story by Stephen King. It's about 20 pages before the end, so you'll have to read pretty much the whole book to get to it. But here you go. The pickaxe leans against the head of the sofa, and there's a piece of paper stuck on the end that came down through my bed. I know it's a note he's left for me, and I don't want to read it, but I have to. He's written on 3 lines, but there are only 8 words, too few to ever forget. Kill me, then put me with Paul. Please. I don't want to, but I take up the pickaxe anyway and stand there with it in my hands looking at him. The Lord of my life, the tyrant of all my days. I have hated him often, and he has never given me cause to love him enough. I know that now, but he's given me some, especially during those nightmare weeks after Paul went bad. And in that 5 o'clock living room with the day's first gray light creeping in and the sleep ticking like a clock and the sound of his wheezing snores below me and an ad on the radio for some discount furniture store in Wheeling, West Virginia I will never visit, I know it comes down to a bald choice between these two. Love and hate. Now I'll find out which one rules my child's heart. I can let him live and run down the road to Muley's, run into some unknown new life, and that will condemn him to the hell he fears and in many ways deserves, richly deserves. First, hell on earth, the hell of a cell in some loony bin, and then maybe hell forever after, which is what he really fears. Or I can kill him and set him free. The choice is mine to make, and there is no God to help me make it, for I believe in none. Instead, I pray to my brother, who loved me until the bad gunky stole his heart and mind. I asked him to tell me what to do, if he's there, and I get an answer, although whether it was really from Paul or just my own imagination masquerading as Paul, I suppose I'll never know. In the end, I don't see that it matters. I need an answer, and I get one. In my ear, just as clearly as he ever spoke when he was alive, Paul says, "Daddy's prize is a kiss." I take hold of the pickaxe then. The ad on the radio finishes and Hank Williams comes on singing, "Why don't you love me like you used to do? How come you treat me like a worn-out shoe?" And I brought it down, Lacey. I brought it down in love, I swear, and I killed my father. I thought I might have to hit him again, but that single blow was enough, and all my life it's been on my mind. All my life it's been the thought inside every thought. I get up thinking, I killed my father, and I go to bed thinking it. It is moved like a ghost behind every line I ever wrote in every novel, any story. I killed my father. I told you that day under the yum-yum tree, and I think that gave me just enough relief to keep me from exploding completely 5 years or 10 or 15 down the line. But a statement isn't the same as telling. Lacey, if you're reading this, I've gone. I think my time is short, but such as I had, and it was a very good time, is all down to you. You have given me so much. Just give me this much more. Your eye on these last few words, the hardest I've ever written. No tale can tell how ugly such dying is, even if it's instantaneous. Thank God I didn't hit him a glancing blow and had to do it again. Thank God there was no squealing or crawling. I hit him dead center, right where I meant to. But even mercy is ugly in the living memory. And that's a lesson I learned well when I was just 10. His skull exploded. Hair and blood and brains showered up all over the blanket he'd spread out on the back of the couch. Snot flew out of his nose and his tongue fell out of his mouth. His head went over the side, and I heard soft puttering noises as the blood and brains leaked out of his head. Some of it splashed on my feet, and it was warm. Hank Williams was still on the radio. One of Daddy's hands made a fist, and then opened again. I smelled shit and knew he'd left a load in his pants, and I knew that was the last of him. The pickaxe was still out of his head. I crept away into the corner of the room and curled up, and I cried. I cried and cried. I guess maybe I slept some too, I don't know. But there came a time when it was brighter, and the sun was almost out, and I think it might have been noonish. If so, I guess 7 hours or so went by. That's when I first tried to take my daddy to Booyah Moon, and I couldn't. I thought if I got something to eat, so I did, but I couldn't. Then I thought if I took a bath and got the blood off me, his blood, and clean up some of the mess around where he was, but I still couldn't. I tried and tried, off and on quite a bit. 2 days, I guess. Sometime I'd look at the wrap in the blanket and make believe he'd say, "You keep on plugging, Scoot, you old sumbitch, you'll make it." Like in a story. I'd try, then I'd clean, try and clean, eat something and try some more. I cleaned that whole house, top to bottom. Once I went to Booyah by myself to prove I still had the knack, and I did, but I couldn't take my daddy. I tried so hard, Lizzie. 5 days I tried. Finally gave up and wrapped him in that blanket and put him down the dry well. The next time I stopped, I went to Muley's and said, "My daddies took my big brother, and I guess they up and left me." They took me to the county sheriff, a fat old man named Gosling, and he took me to child welfare, and I was on the county, as they say. So far as I know, Gosling was the only cop who ever went up there to the home place, and big deal. My daddy once said Sheriff Gosling couldn't find his own ass after he took a shit. Baby love, if you need an anchor to hold your place in the world, not Booyah Moon, but the one we shared, use the African. You know how to get it back. Kisses, at least 1,000. Scott. P.S. Everything the same. I love you.
Every week now, these tapes from the Spyroverse hunting and intelligence team turn up. They are now arriving more and more regularly. Spyroverse incidents are getting more common as technology progresses. It is my job to investigate these often deadly Spyro phenomenon. Whoever had the idea of putting my briefings on VHS tapes is an absolute genius. Media that no one can view nowadays.
Your Spyro mission today is to investigate a phenomenon known as a Gory hole, a Spyro demon portal trap used to hypnotize and then lure unsuspecting toilet patrons into inserting parts of their body into a Spyro nether region's portal and then crinkle, cut and sever said appendage. You must infiltrate the toilet block, find the gory hole and destroy it. Standard equipment only. No guns and no need for a safety broomstick attachment because this Spyro portal was created for the removal of body parts only. But still be very careful because all Spyro portals are highly dangerous. Commence mission immediately. Location will be sent via text. The toilet block should be quite easy to recognize due to its brown crinkle cut outer walls. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Better get my hair cut and a shave before I go out as well, I reckon. Right, what am I gonna need? Gloves, phone. Bollocks, I forgot my torch. Oh, I need pictures anyway, so I'll just use the flash on my camera till I can find the light switch. Is there someone in here? Fucking hell, mate, you alright? At least give me a courtesy flush.
No. That wasn't me. Not for us. Oh. No.
Fucking hell, it stinks in here.
Oh, that's what we call diarrhea. That's the funnest place to be.
I had found the gory hole. From my research, I had discovered it will open when an appendage is put near it. Time to put the carrot to good use. Holy shit, it worked. Fucking hell. What the fuck is going on? I think it's trying to hypnotise me. Must resist putting my finger in. Fuck! Where's that petrol? I should have just done this in the first place. That was a close call. I may have lost a finger, but technological advances are amazing now. I should be able to sort that out soon. Luckily, the news reports only think the incident was arson. I wonder who the red-headed diarrhea man was, and will I ever cross paths with him again? Only time will tell. So, as I wait for the next tape to arrive, I can close this Spyro file case for good.
That's the funnest place to be.
What do you mean there's no food?
I'm sorry, sir. There is no food.
But we're starving here.
Sir, there is nothing we can do.
Well, what about my family?
Have you considered cooking something yourself?
No, that's not an option. Son of a bitch. What is that? Join us for some crinkle cut cuisine. Free home delivery. 10% discount for all crinkle cut cock victims. Opening hours, anytime a spirograph is used. Items marked free are available when ordered after doing a spirograph. Similar to that shown on this menu, you will receive all the free options and much more. Call 45412
Spyro demons are us. We shall be waiting for you in the Spyroverse nether regions. Thank you, Crinkle Cut Cuisine.
Your Spyro mission today is to infiltrate a known Spyro demon mind control facility that is masquerading as a derelict factory. People and animals are being taken to the facility, and turned into Spyro zombies who will do anything to progress the Spyro's takeover. Infiltrate the facility, try to locate any hostages and set them free if possible. Weapons are permitted, and highly recommended. You will also be supplied with an experimental drug that may aid you in your mission. Use it at your own risk. Commence mission as soon as you have completed the Spyro hunting and intel team advanced training. Once past DC Hada Few will drive you to the location, but will not join you as she will need to come back to do her advanced training herself. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
To the shipmobile!
I think this is going to be a long journey ahead of you. Going to get some sleep for the morning. Cheers for the lift out of you. I've just climbed over the fence. Doesn't look like anyone's here at all. Seems completely deserted to me. Let's see if I can make my way into the building. Just spotted a window. I might be able to get in. Right. Good luck with your test today. See you later. Fuck is all this then?
I'm still here. I'm still stuck in the Spyroverse. I've been here for weeks now. There's no way out. I've tried. I tried escaping last night through one of the corridors, and they're everywhere. Every now and again they ring a bell, and that's when you know they're coming.
Let's fit that one or that one.
This one. I'm already recording.
Someone's come in. I think it's the Spyro.
This is Spyro. You will fall to the power of the dark side of the trail. We are coming for you, shit. You come for us, we come give you shit.
Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of gore.
I've managed to capture a Spyro hound. Yeah, one of the guard dogs. I'm going to start the reprogramming immediately.
Revenge is like a medium hot curry. Haunting.
Another close call there. Luckily I managed to press the release button toward the cells just before I escaped, because it now looks like from the news reports that place is on fire. And who would have thought I'd be shot by a Spyro demon? And of all things, a crossbow bolt. Bloody amateurs. Didn't even have a broadhead on it. Or a bayonet. And now we have a new recruit, Monty, the ex-Spyro hound. He'll be spying for us very, very soon. And good on DC Hadafew. She passed with flying colours. Maybe in the next mission we can get together and get some revenge on the crossbow shooting bastards.
That's the funnest place to be.
Revenge is like a medium hot curry. Salty.
You can't make me. You're not my dad. Ah, fucking hell, ah, get off, ah!
Get me off!
Medication time.
Oh.
Oh, Dr. Russell, can I have a word with you in a few minutes?
Not you again.
Of course it's me again.
Where's my phone?
Oh, you don't need that. Don't worry about those sorts of things. Now, it's time for your
Why are you drugging me?
It's medication. It's medication, sir. It's only a little prick. It's okay, you'll just feel a little prick.
Nothing I need to wear then.
Well, don't be silly, sir. It's fine. Fine. Now, this is for your own good. May feel a little tight, but, you know, it's best to be sure.
Get off. Don't.
There you go. Isn't that better?
No, it's not.
Better?
No.
Come. Don't make such a fuss.
Get off me.
No, that's okay. Just tell you what, shall we just make you feel a little bit more happy before we do that? Shall we?
Don't touch me again.
It's okay. It's not a drug. It's medication,
Leave me alone.
sir. It's medication. No, we'll all feel a lot better very soon. Let's sort you out, shall we? Nice and slow. That's what we like. Only a few days left. Just a few days. We won't have to worry about you anymore, will we, sir? Little bit left in there. Blood pressure dropping all the time. Good. We'll soon be rid of you and your kind. Oh, Dr. Russell! Dr. Russell! Oh, get out of it! Your lap is mine! Time for more crinkle cuts. Now, what do we have here? Let us see what we have in here. Oh my, no. No, not quite. Yeah. Jumbo. Plot, plot, plotty. Perfect. Ha ha. Sneak, sneak, sneaky, sneak. Sneak, sneak, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Plot, plot, plotty, plot. Plot, plot, plotty, plot. Sneaky, sneaky, sneak. Oh, hello. Can I help you? Oh, no. John Doe. Oh, no. Like to see him. I'm not sure we have any of that. Mr. John Doe. He's definitely here. He's been in here for quite some time now. Well, he's resting at the moment. And I need to see him now.
Alice Alias.
I'm sorry. I can't let you in at the moment.
Alice Alias. Alice. Alice Alias. Alice. Alice Alias. Alice. Alice! Oh, what the fuck has happened to my cock? What? Oh, God.
Sneak, sneak, sneak. Sneak, sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak.
Please come back later. No, I'm gonna go in and see him. I haven't seen him for ages and I'm really concerned about
You shall not pass.
You can't stop me.
I'll have to get Dr. Russell.
Yeah? Go and get the doctor. I want to speak to this doctor of yours. What is he, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Yep. Bring him to me. Mike? John? Is that you?
Alice. Alice
No,
Alias.
not Alice, not Alice.
Alice Alias. Alice.
Not Alice.
Oh, this.
Sadie. Is that really you? Is that really you? Oh my God. You look so different. What's happened?
I think they've been starving me.
Been starving you?
All they've been feeding me is these weird, chewy, cheesy onion ring type things.
Oh, Christ.
Forcing them into me.
Oh, God.
Disgusting things.
Sounds terrible.
They stink.
Well, you've got your vodka drip.
Oh, there's never enough vodka in that thing.
Oh,
Never.
fuck's sake. Other than, I mean, you look so different. Saying here early stages of gangrene.
I hope not.
Paranoid delusions.
Gangrene?
Or from your leg wound.
What room? What, John?
Oh, the doctor's here. The doctor's here.
Hold
I've got to go talk to the doctor. Are you Dr. Russell? I need to have a word with you. What has been going on here?
It wasn't a dream. I fucking knew that was real and that was really happening. That must have been the Spyro Desmond in here. Tried to open a Gory hole. He's been disturbed. God, I hope. Oh God, thank God for that. Are you Sadie Baines?
I am.
Are you Mr. Doe's partner?
No, I'm not his partner. I'm his friend.
Matron was quite upset by her encounter with you.
And I was quite upset with my encounter with her. She told me I couldn't go and see my friend. And then when I did see him, I was shocked at his condition. What have you been doing to him? The state of him. He's lost so much weight, he is out of it. What's going on?
He's been a very difficult patient. We've had to sedate him.
But that doesn't account for the weight loss. He says you haven't been feeding him.
He's refusing to eat.
That doesn't sound like him to me.
Well, he's been a very difficult patient.
Oh, well, you say that, but he's not even conscious.
But he's delirious.
He's not even conscious.
And what are Alice Alias?
Pardon?
Alice Alias. He keeps going about Alice Alias.
He's a gardener. He's a gardener. Alice Alias are a flower. Perhaps he's worried about planting season. Now then, about this sedation.
Dr. Russell! Dr. Russell! There's an emergency. You must come now.
Of course, matron. I'll be there. I'll be there right away. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to attend my patient.
I understand, Doctor.
To the emergency room. DC.
Just calm down. You're hysterical. No, I've managed to convince him that Alisalia is a flower and that you are a gardener. You need to get your shit together or you're going to blow our cover.
Sadie, there's a
The fuck's that?
Gory hole that's starting.
What?
Looks like they've been disturbed though.
Yeah. Oh, bloody hell, Mike. We need to get you out of here. Sorry I said your name. But, oh my God. We need to get you out of here. I think they're gone. Hold on. Let me just check. Right, let's get you out of here. Let's get you out of here. Come on, let's get you out of here.
Oh, that's better. Although I was enjoying the vodka when they had enough in it.
Ah, this is the problem. Right, let's get you out. Right, you ready to get out? What the hell are they? What? What's this about?
Don't know. I didn't even know it was there.
Right, let's get you out of here before they come back. Oh, got you. Oh, you're sitting on my hair. Right, come on then, Mike, let's get you off the bed. Come on. Come on.
Damn, they got away.
I know.
I think there was lots of them in the woods.
Yeah, I saw quite a few of them.
You hide over there.
What, over here? Okay.
I'll hide over here.
Alright then, I'll wait here.
I'll show them Retribution if we catch one.
Damn right. We'll teach them. Maybe we can get some information out of it.
Got you bastard. Let's see what we've got here, shall we? Crinkle cut cuisine? What the hell is this shit? Eternal torture, brain scrapings, sweet sour bellend, battered foreskin rings. Oh, God! Ah, foreskins. Oh, God's sake.
Well done on capturing one of those bastards. To the shipmobile!
Got you now, you Spyro bastard. So you're the Spyro Desmond that shot me?
I'm not Desmond. I'm a Spyro bitch.
I never knew they made female Desmonds.
I'm not a Desmond. I'm a Spyro bitch.
Spyro bitch. CCC collector.
Yeah, I'll fucking take your foreskin and I'll eat it.
Oh, you dirty bastard.
My favourite snack. You're on the menu.
You're a bit cocky for someone who's tied up, aren't you?
Cocky. Mr. Twirly Twirly told me about you. I can't wait to get my teeth around that foreskin.
Do you think this is funny? You've seen the tools down there.
I have. Heard about the tool down there too. Yum yum. Think you can break me, fucker? I won't speak to you. You can't fucking stop me. We're everywhere.
You're going to be in bits in a minute.
Talk, 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 talk. That's all you fucking humans can do, and it's talk, 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 talk. We take action.
Why have you got these? What is all this about?
So deliver them.
Is this the fucking shit you was trying to feed me?
You
Is this what was
fucking
in my
loved
pockets?
it. You fucking loved it.
Dirty bastard. You've been trying to feed me. Well, no, you have been feeding me foreskins.
Yep.
Dirty, disgusting fuckers.
You ate them. You fucking loved them.
What is it with the foreskins? Why do you want foreskins?
No comment.
And why spirographs?
No comment.
You'll give me a comment in a minute.
I don't take orders from you.
I'm going to ask you some questions in a minute.
Fuck you, you don't scare me.
And the less you answer, the more pain you're going to get.
You don't know the meaning of pain.
Was it you who set up the Gory hole, took my finger, tried to take my cock?
No comment.
And was it you who set up the factory and kidnapped all those people? The one I burnt down? What do you want?
Your foreskin.
Where'd you come from?
No comment.
Who's your leader?
No comment.
So you're not going to tell me anything then?
Fuck you.
Well, that's torturing time then.
Do your worst.
See these pliers? I'm going to be ripping your teeth out, isn't it? See that? I think I'll take one of your eyes out. And you've seen the other thing down there. They'll be doing lots and lots and lots of damage to you.
Fuck you.
Thank God Hadafew was there to pull me out of that hellhole. Her training really paid off. Hopefully she'll get to use her spanners soon. They look like awesome weapons. Wonder why those Desmonds want to crinkle cut my cock so badly. Can't believe they were feeding me bad foreskins. The dirty bastards. And I was crawling with Spyro Desmonds. Never considered there being female Desmonds. Shame I couldn't get her to talk. Wonder how they all got there. Maybe our discoveries will give shit the grounds to investigate the place. I hope I get put on the case so I can crump the place.
That's the funnest place to be.
shocking, so terrifying, it can only be shown on YouTube. The Spyro Files. A registered nurse trained in the treatment of terror will be on duty during this showing of The Spyro Files. You have been warned.
That's the funnest place to be.
Your Spyro mission today is to infiltrate a known cave system believed to contain a portal to the nether regions where Spyro Desmonds are entering our reality, one of which potentially is a high-level Spyro entity known as Nemesis, aka the Spyro Bitch. Mike, you will be on demolition duty and backup due to your injuries. DC had a few, will be the main responder and take on any combat duties. What you are currently watching is found footage that we believe is evidence of Spyro activity within the cave system. We suspect the caves are a safe haven for Spyro Desmonds in this area. Shut this down immediately, no quarter given. As mentioned, we suspect the Spyro Bitch herself has close links to this location, but we are not 100% sure. There have been sightings of an entity of a similar description to this highly dangerous and powerful entity. Included now is the only footage we have of her. We have been informed that she may be accompanied by the sound of playful bells that attracts children to her. Eerie noises, laughing and odd smells have also been reported. Some of this phenomenon has been captured on video. Children that are on social services at risk files in the vicinity have gone missing. Local hospitals have been reporting what we suspect are CCC injuries, assuming it's some new kink resulting in accidental sex injuries. At this point, no one has been able to fully explore the cave system, so you will need to go fully tooled up with both offensive and defensive equipment, including explosives, to destroy the portal when you find it. We recommend you take Mike's crinkle-cut cock blocker, firearm and safety broomstick attachment and lockpicks. DC had a few spanners and staff, and anything else you think you may need. Expect to encounter Desmonds or even Nemesis herself, and beware, the place is riddled with gory holes. Congratulations to DC had a few, she has completed her training and has passed out with flying colors and will be a credit to the team. In conclusion, enter the caves, find and destroy any Spyro Desmonds and shut the portal at all costs. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Hi, had a few. Thanks for saving me from the hospital.
Glad I could help. Fucking hate hospitals on a good day.
Congrats on passing your training, by the way.
It was hard work, but I got there in the end.
I have your first mission. I'll explain it on the way to the location.
Great. I just have to pop to the office to span her up. I'll meet you there.
I have to go home, because we're going to need some explosives. They're in my hidey hole.
Okay. I'll meet you at yours. I'll be with you as soon as I can.
Turn this off, out of you. This is elevating you for headbangs. Oh, that's better. I can finally hear myself think.
How is your leg doing, Mike? First your finger, then your leg. Maybe you should consider armour.
Fuck's sake, out of you. It's much better now. I've had some proper treatment. You will have to take point on this mission, though. I'm still not 100%. I'll provide the backup and plant the bomb.
Did you see the Desmond that did it?
Yeah, it was the fucker I took to the office. Suffice to say, She won't be eating crinkle cut foreskins again.
The one we caught was a female?
Yeah.
They eat foreskins? Oh, dirty fuckers.
Oh, I know.
So, what's the mission?
We're going to a cave system where kids have been going missing, and we think a spate of CCC injuries have been occurring recently. There was some found footage of similar graffiti to what was in the toilet I burnt down. Weird sounds and smells have been reported. Might be some Desmonds there, and apparently you have to keep an ear out for bells that could announce the presence of the Spyro bitch herself. She's called Nemesis, by the way, and we're going to crump the freak show if we find her. Our main mission is to find the portal HQ believe is there and blow it back to the nether regions.
Nice. Bombty bomb. Can I have my music back on now?
Music, yes. Yours, no. I'll put some of mine on.
Well, as long as it ain't bloody Miley.
Silent run up, had a few?
Wicked.
HQ say they think this is the Desmond's safe haven.
Definitely looks like it. They even have a cloaked statue over there. Doesn't have the Desmond face though, does it? I suppose that would be too much of a giveaway. Did you hear that?
What?
Sounded like that diarrhea man from the toilet block you burnt down. Didn't they say they heard him laughing on the found footage?
Yeah, it seems that he's down here. We will have to keep our eyes peeled.
How's your leg holding up, Mike?
Not too bad. How's your hip?
Ah, you know, same shit, different day. Only on about decrepitude level 3 at the moment. Ooh, look at that. Have you seen that symbol before?
It's one of the symbols off the tape that wasn't in the toilets.
Okay. You have got your hearing aid up full volume, haven't you?
Yes, I have now. Turned it up to 11.
Right, this is where we are. So, where the graffiti was found, I think, was around about here.
Alright.
So, we'll take this direct route and we'll go round and we'll see what we find up there.
Alright.
Alright then.
Try not to knock that bomb out too much out of you. Don't want to crump us before we even find the portal.
It's that symbol again.
We're on the right track.
Gets a bit tight down here. Oh, yeah. Looks like somebody wanted to escape. Jesus is the Lord. Amen.
Can't sport that lifestyle.
It's getting tight in here. Keep knocking my stuff. The ceiling's low.
Fine for me though.
Mutter. Strop, useless Mr. Twirly Whirly. Useless Mr. Twirly Whirly. I'll teach him. Mutter. Useless. What a complete tool. Ooh, is this the graffiti from the found footage you were talking about?
Yeah, it was in the Gory old toilet too, so we know we're in the right place.
We're close. Can you hear that? Mutter. Plop. Connive. He's lovely. I reckon around this bend here, I'll have a bit more room to wield my staff. I'll need to keep going until I can use it properly.
Oh, that looks like a Spyro almost.
Yeah. We must be really close.
Spyro patterns on the walls.
Right. Oh my god. Could that be a sign?
No, that's you. It's an actual map.
Let's keep going.
Watch your head, DC. What is it?
Perfect boat for you. We're going deeper and deeper here. I'm sure we're going to hit the nether region soon. Oh, we're getting closer. Not many more places down. Can you smell that?
Yeah.
I'm sure we're getting close. The smell is getting stronger.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not you? Have you thought?
No, had you. I would have proudly owned that stage. That smell seems to have gone.
Yeah.
I'll put it there.
Yep.
I think these Spyro demons had a good idea with this tunnel though, because it is very difficult to put your safety broomstick down.
Ah, maybe that's why they're so narrow.
Down the corridor.
Ah. And I'm struggling
That may
with...
actually be trying to stop it.
I'm struggling with my staff. I have to keep... I wouldn't be able to swing a staff in here.
May actually be something they planned.
Yes. Maybe they know we're coming.
I do have my group of cop blocker on though, so...
Good, good, good. They have a water supply then. So many bars down here. They definitely want you to go in one particular direction, don't they? This must be the gateway to the inner sanctum.
No, it's locked. This is where I bought my lockpicking kit. Piece of piss. Yeah, same laugh again.
That's a different bell.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I think we need to move on. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Is this an altar?
Definitely looks like one. Maybe it's where they make Spyro patterns to open portals.
Yeah. I wonder where the portal actually is. I've seen a few that look like there's a lot of Desmonds around, isn't there?
There's one, there's one.
The more you look, the more you find. Look at that one.
One there. Maybe it's trapped souls they've put into the wall.
Oh, we often wondered what happened to them. It's that symbol again. Can you hear that creepy laugh?
Yeah, I can. I heard a laugh like that when we visited that lady in the private hospital. This definitely has to be the place where the portal is to the nether regions. It's the inner sanctum after all. Right, we've heard the bells in the tunnels. Let's go flush the Spyro bitch out, chase her down here and crump her, and this whole creepy place.
coming for you. You can't evade me forever, you little shit. Wait till I catch up to you. This must be a gory hole for dickheads.
You're right, I had a few. Dickhead. Come on then, let's go. You lead the way.
Hear that? Fuck this, you can go first.
More graffiti.
Looks like another gory hole being created
I
there.
think so. Look, there's actually loads of them being built. They're all over the place. Oh, I shouldn't stick my fingers in
No,
there.
don't stick
No, I actually had white sticky liquid in that.
Oh, at least it wasn't red. These must be very new. This one, what do they think is going to go up there?
Help me, Hansie, help me! Help me, Hansie, I'm getting sucked up! What do you mean there's no food?
I'm sorry, sir. There is no food.
But we're starving here.
Sir, there is nothing we can do.
Well, what about my family?
Have you considered cooking something yourself?
No, that's not an option. Son of a bitch. What is that? Join us for some crinkle cut cuisine. Free home delivery. 10% discount for all crinkle cut cock victims. Opening hours, anytime a spirograph is used. All menu items marked free are available when ordered after doing a spirograph, similar to that shown on this menu. You will receive all the free options and much more. Call 45412. Spyro Demons are us. We shall be waiting for you in the Spyroverse nether regions. Thank you, Crinkle Cut Cuisine. You know me, it's frightening how many Spyro books I've published. And here they are, all 2 of them. Get them now from all good Amazon stores. From WC and Z0Z. Introduce the Tales from the Spyroverse. If you only buy one Spyro book, buy these, which is all of them. To order, just click the links in the description. Thanks for saving me again, Alice. You must be my guardian angel.
That's cool. The drinks are on you later.
Deal. Where's the vodka? I need 5 minutes rest.
I'll get it out for you, mate. Close call.
She went that way. Let's be stealthy.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I can hear her. Be ready.
Yeah, you better run, bitch.
I'd go down in that room if I was you.
There's a room, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, I heard those bells again.
I'll be quiet and careful. Go on, get back to the nether regions, you bitch. You don't belong here.
I think we should split up, Adrian.
Now is not the time to discuss our relationship, Mike.
No, I mean you go up there. I'll just hide up here. Nice shot out of you.
Damn it. I've lost my compass. We need to find her. I'll be lost without her.
No, you need to press on.
Hey! Looks like she's headed back down to the nether regions. Let's go find my compass.
It's her again. Sounds like she's down there. I'll chase her. Can you find my compass, please?
Yeah, I'll find you after.
Damn it, missed again. All that training.
Hey, how did you? Found it?
Nice one, mate. Cheers. I'm still on the heels. Let's go. There she is.
I haven't heard the diary in there for a while. Hope he hasn't escaped.
Well, she definitely won't be escaping. There's the Spyro bitch. Come on, mate, let's get her.
How you doing, Hadfield? You look like you're struggling. Once we get her back to the nether regions, do you want to start running for the exit while I lay the bomb? You should have enough time to get a decent head start before I cramp the place.
That's a great plan, Mike, because I'm now at decrepitude level 8.
Sorry, Hadfield. Am I going too quick?
Sneak, sneak, sneaky, sneak. Gates open. Is there anyone here? Sneak, sneak, sneaky, sneak. No, I'm all alone. Let's get this portal open.
Elivan litrus. Nette. Yinakata. Nalimata. Dalora. Imo. Salvo. Silla. Is that them? Druade. Rekata. Telegram. Rojan. Noja. Noreme. Divida. Secret. Stop! She's got my spanner. She's taken my spanner to the netherroom. I need to get my spanner. What the?
Okay, Howard, get your head start. I'll get her back through the portal.
That evil bitch took my compass out. I don't know where the hell I am. I'm already lost. For fuck's sake, none of this looks familiar.
Bumpty bump. Hadfield, can you hear me? I'm coming, Hadfield. I'm coming.
I'm glad you're having a lovely time, Mike. I'm bloody not, I'm lost. Thank fuck for that, you found me.
Let's get out of here before we get crumped. To the exit. Keep up, mate. Anyone would think you'd had a few today.
Fuck's sake, slow down, Mike. Christ, I lost my mind. Shit, which way did he go? Runs pretty fast for a bloke with a winded leg. There you are! Fuck's sake, how many times do I have to tell him to slow down? Where's he gone this time? Mike!
Hadfield, where are you?
Mike! Mike! Thank fuck for that.
To the exit. Idiots. Wrong way.
God, I miss my compass. Let's not get separated this time.
Well done on your first official mission. I knew I'd be able to rely on you after you rescued me from that hospital.
Cheers, mate. That Desmond thought he had experienced explosive diarrhea before, but we just tore his soul apart.
Oh, had a few. So, that's Nemesis vanquished.
Check.
Portal blown back to the Nether regions?
Check.
Spyro Desmond's safe haven caves destroyed?
Check.
Mission complete.
Check. That was a big bang, Mike.
We'll certainly have made our mark here.
Let's hope those Spyro bastards will stick to their own dimension from now on. Now, Mike, about that drink.
HQ have dropped us some off at the office.
Right. My turn to pick the music now. I'm feeling victorious. You might want to cover your ears.
Another successful mission. Me and Hadfew make a great team, even if I do say so myself. That's the 4th attempt those Spyro bastards have made on my foreskin. Thank God Hadfew was there to pull it back from the brink. I don't want those fuckers chewing on me. It appears that stinking freak show diarrhea man died in the explosion. He'll not be missed. I hope I never smell his kind again. As for Nemesis, I wonder how evil she really is. Looking back, was she even attacking us? It's hard to tell. She gave Hadfew her spanner back, albeit without the compass. I wonder why. I kept the bolt they shot me with. Well, she's gone now. She's been crumped alongside Diarrhea Man, so I guess we'll never know. I wonder what will be next. I'm still hearing rumours about an asylum filled with Spyro victims. I need to find that place soon.
Everything